Good morning from SuperSport Park for the opening day of this CSA four-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. You'll see there the name of Pillay on the back of the non-striking batsman. That will tell you that the Dolphins are batting first, having won the toss. And it's a really hot day here at SuperSport Park. Umpire Andre Olivier just signalling play is about to begin, and the lanky frame of Duane Jansen will open the bowling for the Titans. I'm Ken Borland, and it's a great pleasure to welcome alongside me Zubair Saleh. Morning, Zubair.
Morning, Ken, and morning to all our listeners. Yes, it's a beautiful day out here today for the game of cricket.
Hot, very hot as well, as Jansen opens the bowling from the West Lane end. Bit of shape there, and you can see a bit of excitement from the slip cordon. Bang on target, first ball up, Duane Jansen.
Yes, he certainly has practiced well this morning because that first one was on the mark. No room for Tsepang Kitole, who's opened the batting for the Dolphins. He'll be happy with that movement up front.
Won't be as happy with that one. So Tsepang Kitole and Semal Pillay opening the batting for the Dolphins. Tsepang Kitole is having a very good season. He's the Dolphins batter with the best average so far, averaging 54.5. And he's already made 2 centuries and 2 half centuries in his 8 innings.
Yes, he'd be feeling pretty confident, scoring 436 runs with just over 54 average, as you said, Ken. And he would love to bring that sort of innings, the centuries, into this game, especially the first hour, where there will be movement and on that grass covering.
Good line by Jansen, but a good judgment by Kitole as well. Yes, you can see there the pitch, there's a tinge of green to it, as you'd expect on the opening day of a 4-day match. It's well grassed, as the pitches have been here at SuperSport Park for 4-day cricket lately. But at the West Lane end, so the end where umpire Olivier is standing, there are a couple of patches which I think will interest Simon Harmer, the champion spinner. And there's a bit of extra bounce for Duane Jansen as well. So Simon Harmer back in the Titans team after his heroics for the Proteas in India. And I fancy he'll do quite a bit of bowling from the Henops River end. A couple of patches either side of the wicket, which just showing a little bit more cracking than elsewhere on the pitch. So as this game develops and with this heat, that could become a factor. We'll ask Zubair Saleh what he thought about the decision at the toss after this delivery from Jansen, which is easily left alone. Zubair, Dolphins batting first. Any surprises for you there?
No surprises whatsoever. At the toss, Marcus Ackerman sounded very confident. As soon as he won the toss, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. And he spoke of the pitch and the grass covering on it and what it will do later on in the game. So Marcus Ackerman, Dolphins are pretty happy with the choice they've made. We'll see what happens after the first hour, after the first session, and obviously after the game. How good the toss was it to win, and the decision to bat first. with regards to Simon Harmer, definitely both the captains spoke about spin coming into play later on. So I am certain that Simon Harmer will be licking his lips with having to bowl on later on in this game.
So Ramesh Pillay takes strike for his first ball after the opening over. It was a maiden from Janssen. It's Janko Smit. And a good start from him as well. Great to see Janko Smit back in action for the Titans.
It really is. And Titans having gone with more of the bowling options, having Simon Harmer back who can go on and bowl lengthy, we've seen for the Proteas that he can go on and bowl over after over.
Squaring up Pillay a little bit there.
I must say, Janko Smith's first two deliveries, he's been on the money. A bit of movement, but more than that, it's the length and the line he's bowled his couple of deliveries. And you see with that, Pillay and Tsepang de Tolle coming together and just saying to each other, that's the length we need to worry about.
There's an appeal. It's a bit half-hearted, though, I imagine, for umpire Bongani Jele's liking, and he, out of picture, did just tap his thigh to suggest that's where it came off. Yes, Janko Smit, with his height, he's a very tall guy, likes to hit the deck hard, and he can bowl that awkward length. That's a bit fuller than short and can hit the splice. And certainly an awkward customer when he gets it right, Janko Smit. 3 slips on a gully. Swinging down leg again. I think it was a bit of a no-brainer for the Dolphins to bat first. Very hot day here. Sure, the opening hour, as you suggested, Zubair, may be a little bit tricky. But I think it could be quite a hard day for the bowlers as it progresses, and it's a drier pitch than normal here at SuperSport Park, so you probably don't want to be batting last. And also give Simon Harmer a bit less to work with. Good bounce and a flash from Pillay. He could have got himself into trouble there.
Yes. Janko Smith's first two deliveries outside of good length. The next two deliveries, one brushing the thigh pad down on the leg side, and the second one very similar to that. Having seen that, what Titans have done is they've got a leg slip in place, covering themselves.
Is that an inside edge onto pad? The Titans seem to think so. But umpire Jele is unmoved.
Yeah, umpire Bongani Jele was having none of it. This is the second time in the over where it was a hopeful shot more than anything else. This looked closer than it really was. You can see later on the fielder asking Bongani Jele that, yes, no, Nick, but what about the LBW there? And he suggested the ball was going higher, as you said earlier on, Janko Smith's height, the ball will tend to go higher. There will be more bounce for him.
Duan Janssen. Oh, Totally probably missed out on the opening runs of the innings there. Leg side half volley. Yeah, not the easiest to get LBWs here at SuperSport Park, and that certainly looked too high from Janko Smit, and even a hint of leg side as well. For those who don't know, Zubair Salo is a first-class umpire, so we can trust his calls from up here high in the commentary box at SuperSport Park.
I must say, Ken, it's much easier to make the judgments from up here than being on the park, and you have that split second to make the decision. In those few seconds, you need to make up your mind. So I am pretty much happy here having the second and third look and making the calls than being out there making those decisions in few seconds.
Exactly, and we'll go back to that after this delivery from Duan Janssen. Nicely bowled. Was he an inside edge? It just died on wicketkeeper Lwando Pretorius. It was certainly a bit of excitement. See, Detoli's looking at his bat.
Yes, as soon as he played the ball, you'll see that he looked back to see, did the ball carry or not? That suggests that there was an edge to it. As you can see, he turned around very quickly. And after that as well, just having a look at his bat, even the first delivery of the game, when he played that ball, it hit very low on the bat. So he's just having a look. Just checking that there's no damage onto the bat. Duan Janssen for now is sticking to good line and length. All 4 deliveries has been just on the stump, good length.
I think Detoli definitely got an inside edge there. One of those ones that kind of knock the ball on the top and get it to go down quickly. That ball didn't get up much. It's expected here on the first day with a healthy covering of grass for the bounce to be a bit tennis ball-like, a bit slow today on the first day. That one didn't really get up at all.
No, it certainly didn't. It was a shorter delivery. Duan Janssen bending his back a bit, and then he would be a bit disheartened to see that it didn't bounce as much.
Beautifully bowled, lovely length, drew Detoli forward, but he couldn't quite get there, and he was groping outside that off stump, lucky not to get the edge. An excellent end to the over from Duan Janssen, and so he's bowled back-to-back maidens, and a maiden from Janko Smit as well. So 3 overs gone. The Dolphins yet to get their tally going.
Duan Janssen has been on the money, especially the last over when he kept on testing Detoli on that off-stump line.
Again, tennis ball bounce, and Pillay can't put that one away. It's a timely return to action for Janko Smit. This, of course, is a big season for him. He's been signed for the first time for the SA20. Will play for the Joburg Super Kings based at the Wanderers just down the road. And what a great opportunity, and what a great story this bowler has. That one came to you quite nicely. But Janko Smit, a stalwart of the University of Pretoria side, and only made his debut for the Titans late last season, and made such an early impression that they kept him in the team for the final. Played at the Wanderers, and I think he impressed the powers that be there, because his ability to hit the deck hard, tall man, got decent pace. And here's a good bouncer. His attributes have seen him get a gig for the SA20. So, this time last year he was nowhere on the radar. Now he's literally playing in the big league.
He certainly is. And as you mentioned earlier on, Ken, playing here at the Highveld, whether it be Centurion, whether it be at the Wanderers, you tend to get the bounce. And given his height and pace, and he uses that so well, that he has got into the Titans side, their bowling lineup, backbone, you can say, of their bowling lineup, as well as now the SA20, which is just around the corner. So big ups to him. He needs to carry on what he is doing, and hopefully it will take him further, thinking of Proteas as well.
Have you stood much in games where he's bowled? Cut away nicely. The first runs of the day for the Dolphins are a boundary for Ramesh and Pillay.
I have, Ken, I've done a couple of Tucks games. And so, yes, I have seen him hit the deck hard and bowl really well. And I am hoping to do one of the warm-up games for the Super Kings as well on the 23rd. So I will see him there as well. Looking forward to it.
Good comeback by the bowler, but well left by Pillay. End of the fourth over, and it's 4 without loss.
So we've seen the first runs of the bat for the Dolphins. Ramesh and Pillay, having played or tried to play a cut shot, first over from Janko Smith, missed out. Second over, similarly, third time, he did not miss out on the length and the width that was given to him, and he puts that ball away with ease. Beautiful boundary, but he just needs to be careful, given that tennis ball bounce and that he doesn't get that edge. If he plays through, if they play through the first innings, it will first hour, it will get much easier as we see Duan Jansen coming back into the attack and spot on the money.
Yeah, the first two cut shots Pillay tried to play, the ball was probably too close to him. Not wide enough, and with the bounce it becomes very awkward. So important for him just to identify the correct line to be playing those cross-batted shots. Oh, that's a very good delivery from Duan Jansen. It's going to concede a boundary, but definitely a moral victory for the bowler there. He's been predominantly shaping the ball away from the left-hander, who, based on that, wanted to leave, but this one came snaking back into him, and there was some nasty bounce as well.
It really did, and it surprised Dithole so much so he wanted to pull out of the shot there, playing the ball, and it hits the bat late on, and it goes past the slips for 4.
Oh, another beauty from Duan Jansen. Dithole playing and missing. The last time the Momentum Multiplied Titans were in action was in the T20 competition against the Dolphins as well, here at SuperSport Park, and Titans batted superbly, made 248 for 3 in a T20 game. Bad weather then intervened, and the Dolphins needed something like 103 in 7 overs. Keeps a bit low, that one. So Dolphins needing 103 in 7 overs. That's where I left you hanging in that T20 game. Would you believe they got there? A really poor bowling display by the Titans. Wonderful innings by Jason Smith, 68 not out of 19 balls. Unfortunately, Smith not playing in this game. But Duan Jansen was the exception in that bowling effort. He bowled superbly. 2 overs, 1 for 16. While everyone else was going for 17, 18 and over.
Yes, Ken, if I recall correctly, that particular over needing over 100 runs in those 7 overs, first 2 overs, they only conceded something like 7 runs, and then Jason Smith happened. And it was an extraordinary innings by Jason Smith. Wow, wonderful game of T20 cricket. So unpredictable. So unpredictable. It can change in a matter of an over, and it did. That's the end of Duan Jansen's over. So Dolphins are 8 without loss after 5 overs. Again, having seen this first 5 overs, that bounce, especially from Duan Jansen, has been a bit unpredictable, where some balls have just died down on the batsman.
Again, trying to play with an angled bat. The delivery a bit too close to him, Ramesh and Pillay. And that's the danger. Inside edge, lucky that it went onto his leg and not back onto the stumps. Yeah, the bounce from the bowling from the West Lane end. I wonder if it's a matter of whether it hits one of the more grassy patches or hits a barer patch, but it has been pretty up and down.
And if we look back at the third over, where Detoli had an inside edge, it was because it kept it touch low.
Nicely punched down the ground by Pillay, and that'll run away for 4 as soon as it evaded the tall young Smith. So Pillay has his second boundary.
Oh, it's a wonderful straight bat past the bowler boundary. Pillay will feel so much confident having played that straight bat shot. Having tried those cut shots and managing to get one, this is so much better. Pitched up full, and he made the most of it. That is Pillay.
Very good leave. Leaving on the bounce there. I'm not sure you'd want to do that batting at the other end.
Ken, I have seen Pillay a couple of years back as well. I was actually umpiring one of the Cubs games. And he happened to score 170 odd runs in that game. One man lone ranger sort of innings that you see once in a lifetime. And he is a very thoughtful player. It wasn't just smash, smash, smash. He came in at number 5. Wickets were falling around him, and they won that game. They were chasing 300 and some odd runs that particular game. And if I recall correctly, that was the second highest score in the Cubs weeks over the years. So just being 20 years of age, he's got a good cricketing brain and head on his shoulders. He's played 7 first-class games so far, averaging just about 28. I am sure in the coming days that will grow as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting case, Ramesh and Pillay. You mentioned him batting number 5, Zuban, and he first made his name as quite an aggressive stroke-playing middle-order batter. Interesting move for the Dolphins to get him to open. It was a bit of a problem area for them, and it's a nice combination, him, I think, and Tapang Detoli. Detoli's your more typical classic opening batter, real grafter, can bat long periods of time. And Pillay, slightly more aggressive. Obviously, it's a left-hand, right-hand combination as well. But thrown into the deep end, Ramesh and Pillay, he's only played, this is only his 12th first-class match, and already he's got 5 half-centuries in his career. So that's a promising start to his career, into his 5th match this season as an opener. Got a 94 earlier in the campaign. Nicely punched by Detoli. That's a quality shot. Lovely straight bat, rode the bounce well, and picked the gap with lovely timing.
Yes, that's the first delivery that was close to his body, and back foot punch. Beautiful, beautiful to see. It's so elegant where the left hand is playing those drives. It really was. And that's the first delivery you can say that Dwan Jansen has given into the batsman's sort of arc. And back to basics, as per him, nice and full, 5th stump line, moving away, shaping away.
So after 3 maiden overs to start, the Dolphins are trading exclusively in boundaries now. 1 boundary in each of the, well, this is the 4th over since those 3 maidens. 16 without loss, made up of 4 fours. 2 each to Detoli and Pillay.
Dwan Jansen with yet again another beautiful delivery, 5th stump line. This one carrying much better. And as you said, Ken, it's got to do with the grass, where the ball lands, whether it is that green grass or the dry sort of grass. That's what's giving that bounce. Lovely front foot defense to yet again a beautiful delivery. Respect shown to the delivery by Detoli. Again, having seen 6.4 over, 7th over, and yes, Dwan Jansen has bowled beautifully. And Janko Smith, who's bowled so well, like good line and length. Should they be trying something different?
Oh, well, that kind of gives you the answer. That delivery in that channel of uncertainty just outside off stump. Detoli again, wanting to leave, making a late decision, can't quite get the bat out the way and nearly gets himself into trouble again. And no, I think the Titans bowlers just keep what they're doing. Maybe just try and cut out the odd bad delivery down leg. Couple of deliveries too wide and too short. But otherwise they've been very probing. That channel just outside off stump.
They really have. And yet again, as we see Pillay face Dwan for the first time, they've got sort of leg slip / gully fielder coming in.
So, end of the 7th over, 17 without loss. We mentioned the Titans losing their last game in the T20 competition to the Dolphins. A loss that would have scarred a bit after putting up 248 for 3 with the bat. And it meant that the Titans started the season by losing their first 4 4-day matches, which was obviously very disappointing. They also ended up finishing in 5th position, I beg your pardon, in the CSA T20 competition. So they're just a couple of points ahead of the Tuskers on the promotion relegation standings. Oh, that was loose, but Detoli's eyes lit up with the wide half volley from Janko Smit. First ball he's received from Smit. But the Titans have had a pretty miserable season so far. And after a couple of weeks break from the T20, Coach Rivesh Goban talking about they've had time to regroup and almost feels like they're starting their season afresh, and they really need to get something going now. So an important game for them, this. Hit hard past short leg by Detoli down to Junior Dala at fine leg. Smith suddenly starting to go quite full to Detoli, concedes the single.
It has been, Ken. It's very much unlike the Titans that we see year in, year out, and especially given the players they have at their disposal, to having played 4 games and losing all 4 games, it's a bit of a surprise in that sense, as we said, especially given the players that they have.
Dolphins are second in the 4-day standings. Wrapped on the pad, but probably too high, I would imagine. Umpire Jele not interested. Janko Smith is very disappointed, but the good bounce here at SuperSport Park can be a blessing in some ways and a curse in others. You're not going to get too many RBWs. Zubair, take us through the replay.
Yes, definitely, and there might have been some bet to it as well. It's cutting in very close. It's one of those ones where we need the DRS.
Yeah, it wasn't as high actually as I thought it was live, and seemed to strike him on the back leg as well.
I don't think the height was a concern. It's probably the inside edge, because there was another sound to it as well. So most probably the inside edge. And Ken, coming back to Titans losing the last game they played, 4-day, was late October, where they played right here to the Warriors and losing by 46 runs. And Rivaldo Munsami was the main contributor with the runs, having scored 86 and 63 in that particular game. And they would really hope that other batsmen can come in and score some runs as well. Because as you said, they really need to get that W under their belt and feel better and more like the Titans we know year in, year out. It's a bit of a strange territory, to be honest, to see Titans fighting for relegation.
Another attempted leave that is edged behind the wicket to end the over. So, obviously a big game this for the Titans, but for the Dolphins as well. They are second in the standings, just over 5.5 points behind the Dragons in first place. So they're chasing a good performance here and to try and get on top of the log. The Dragons are playing the Warriors in Potchefstroom, and I'm sure Pendula Magubani and Zube Sala, well, I'm not sure, they might well give a little update on what's been happening around the country in the other matches. As I will be leaving you, and welcome to Pendula Magubani.
Dwan Jansen, a very good shot for caught behind, nothing doing. Umpire Andre says no, it did not touch the bat. Titans players are surrounding Ditole and they are pretty convinced there was something on it. Nothing doing.
Been bowling really well. Dwan Jansen's away swingers from Ditole have been causing him much problems. He's been cutting him in half, squaring him up. He's bowling really well here, Dwan Jansen.
This was touch wider and Ditole was very happy to let it go.
Just see that replay again, Zubair. Normally, that ball is nipping away heavily. That was just ever so slightly. It's the line, it's the length that's impeccable here. Squaring him up, all ends. It's a lot to deal with here for Ditole. He's not the tallest of men either. Dwan Jansen, not the shortest.
And yet again, a beautiful delivery. And it is that bounce that keeps on continuing to cause problems for Ditole. It's the height, Mpendulo, that you speak about with Dwan Jansen being so tall. Ditole, not the tallest of men. And it's sort of the chest height where certain deliveries are shaping away, others are just straightening. That's your left-handers bowler's bread and butter, and it's not happening for Ditole at this point in time. He's a bit uncomfortable.
He's been extremely accurate, Jansen. Maybe 1 or 2 deliveries in his entire spell right now of 5 overs have just slid down that leg side, but not too far. Otherwise, everything has been within the line of the stumps, just outside the line of the stumps for Ditole to try and incentivize him to drive the ball. But because he's getting that extra bounce as well, deliveries on a typical back of a length are coming in much higher than what he expects. Even for Janko Smith, who's coming from the other side, who himself is a tall bowler. It's just causing problems for both Romashan Pillay and for Tshepang Ditole, that extra bounce. Maybe adjust and push it a little bit fuller, who knows? There it is. Just push it a little bit fuller. Boom, you get your result. He goes for the booming drive, Romashan Pillay. It's not there to be driven. And he chops it back into his stumps. That's wicket number 1.
That certainly is Dwan Jansen changing his angle of the delivery, coming around the wicket, nice and full, just as you wanted to see the Mpendulo and ball angling in. Romashan Pillay, who likes to play the ball, play at it, and he felt the ball was there inside the edge, and that's the first wicket for the Titans in the 9th over. So after 8.5 overs, the Dolphins are 19 for 1.
It was coming, Zubair. The way that they were bowling, they've been so persistent, so accurate, so consistent as well. Romashan Pillay hadn't been able to take a single run. He hasn't been able to run across the wickets. Both the boundaries that he scored are the only runs that he was able to score. Got dismissed for 8. And I suppose after 25 deliveries, you want to get more action. You want to get into the score. Maybe a single, pushing it into the pockets would have helped a little bit better rather than going for a big stroke against good bowling. But he falls, and it brings in a very informed player, the captain of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Marcus Ackerman.
Very well experienced player in Marcus Ackerman, who's played 80 first-class games, whose highest score is 200 in the first-class game. Experience, a leader, and he would want to take the game forward for the Dolphins.
It was really good bowling from Dwan Jansen. That wicket of Romashan Pillay, very key. Tshepang Ditole, though, is still there, and the longer he stays there, we know how good he's been in the first half of the season, scoring 2 centuries in 1 game, a couple of 30s, a couple of half centuries as well. He's here, and if he continues playing, he'll have good support with Marcus Ackerman, who can then play his own strokes, knowing that his partner on the other side is extremely capable. It's a key partnership here for the Dolphins, and one that the Titans must break before it establishes any feat.
Well bowled yet again, back of the land to Marcus Ackerman, who plays with soft hands into the ground. And that's the end of the 9th over, and Dolphins are 19 for 1. It's been an excellent spell so far by Duan Janssen. He's kept to his line and length, giving just one bad delivery in those 5 overs, which Tsepang Detole put away for 4. Other than that, he's been so good with the ball.
He's bowled a total of 30 deliveries. 26 of them have been dot deliveries. Probably 24 of those 26 have been really good dot deliveries as well from Marco Janssen, or from Duan Janssen rather. Liken him to Marco, is bowling like his twin brother. Janko Smith on the other end also doing a good job. Doing a real good job. Not a good find for the Titans. Janko Smith was given a push match before the final last season in March. And boy, did he show up, taking 3 wickets on debut. And the Titans believed that he has something enough to just continue working. And here he is, becoming a mainstay for the Momentum Multiply Titans. But I'm sure he wants to be part of a side that starts getting those victories like you and Ken have been speaking about. And is a capable talent coming from Takis.
As he runs in and bowls another good delivery outside of 5th stump line. He too has changed angles. He's coming around the wicket now to Tsepang Detole, and he's getting good bounce. Both the bowlers being so tall, they're getting good bounce.
You see, Simon Harmer in the toss spoke about using the new ball very effectively just to start off the innings. And I feel like at some point with the deliveries that they're bowling, hitting that back of a length and hitting the bat high, and sometimes the movement giving issues to the batters, I really believe in just 2 of those 6 deliveries being at the stumps. I really believe that even though you are getting that extra bounce as a fast bowler, you have the tendency of trying to pull that length back to assert your authority on the batter. And sometimes that does frazzle the batter and you can't play properly. But you also want to show that you are a threat in all centres and just go out into the stumps. And that's how Duan Janssen got that wicket of Ramashan Pele. So eventually batters of this quality will be able to start dealing with that bounce and get used to the pace of the wicket. And all of a sudden you'll be finding it difficult to get them out.
Yes, Janko Smith running in. Touch fuller there, but very well played by Ackerman there for his first runs of the game and day. Yes, absolutely, Mpendulo. That it is all well and good that you are bowling good areas, short of the land. The balls are getting to the wicket keeper. There is something happening, especially from Duan Janssen's side, where a couple of balls kept low, where Tsepang Detole got an inside edge, the bottom edge as well. But the key in that first hour, as Simon Harmer mentioned at the toss as well, are wickets. They would want the wicket. So I absolutely agree with you that they need to test that front foot slightly fuller. Go for those edges as well, especially since you've bowled so well those short of the
Oh, that's a great catch from Junior Dala. It was popped up into the air by Marcus Ackerman. Who says you must bowl full? He keeps with that shortest delivery, that extra bounce being the undoing of Marcus Ackerman. He tried to pull it through his hip, gets the top edge. What a great catch from Junior Dala. a deep fine leg.
It truly was. He had to run quite a bit to get it, and it just felt like it's going to fall short. But he did really well. That is Junior Dala. Excellent catch. Marcus Ackerman, early in the innings, yes, the ball was a bit short, but could he have just tried and played down? He tries to go for the pull and gets the top edge onto that one.
It's a seriously good catch from Junior Dala. Big fast bowler in his late 30s, moving like he's in his late 20s, rushing in, grabbing that catch. And that's the thing. We're speaking of that extra bounce. It's been causing problems. Janko Smith, high release point. Dwan Jansen, also the same thing. It's been causing issues, that extra bounce. And Marcus Ackerman playing for a normal bouncy delivery. It's just that extra little bit of zip that takes the ball above the line of the bat and takes that top edge. You do say maybe he could have tried pocketing it or something, but he wasn't really playing it at it hard. He was trying to just dab it down behind his hip. But unfortunately, it just gets that top edge.
Yes, definitely. And if you look at the delivery, it just feels as a batsman that it was there to be played. It's just the control on the delivery, that slight bit of extra bounce undone Marcus Ackerman. With that, we have Bryce Parsons joining us at number 4 for the Dolphins.
Best score of 183 this season. Wasn't it such a good knock? It got him a place to the South Africa A side going into India. Bryce Parsons. So comes from good form. Also been handy with the ball. But right now, some demons here in the SuperSport track. It's gotten a hold of Marcus Ackerman. And here comes Janko Smith.
Oh, that's nice and full. Janko Smith trying to catch Bryce Parsons out, who would be expecting a short delivery. But it was really well played by Bryce Parsons. First boundary for him of the first delivery on drive, check on drive, very well played. And that is after 10 overs. Dolphins are 26 for 2, having lost their captain in the last over.
2 wickets falling within the first hour. It was a resilient fight for the first 8 overs between Tsepang Ditole and Ramashin Pillay. Dwan Jansen doing the job, finally drawing that inside edge from Ramashin Pillay, and then a little bit of a domino effect. Marcus Ackerman only lasting 2 deliveries, top edging one. Fantastic catch from Junior Dala. And after losing the toss, being asked to field, this is exactly what they want. Still another hour and 10 minutes remaining in the session, so they could hunt for 2 more wickets here, the Titans.
Oh, a beautiful delivery there by Dwan Jansen. He's just not leaving that line and that length. He's been so good. This is his 6th over, and he's constantly bowled that line and length. It's beautiful to see.
And just take a look at his rhythm as he's running up. You think that, you start feeling it now after 5 overs. Gonna lose a little bit of that pace just to maintain control of the delivery. Still bowling at good gas. Still bowling with absolute good control. Oh, that's the ball. Superb. Wonderful stuff. And Tsepang Ditole, very sound batter himself.
Definitely, he's really come out this year and in this 4-day format, having scored 436 runs at an average of over 54. It's good to see that batsmen are there grinding their way, and Tsepang Ditole this year is right on top of his game.
He only had 1 blooper versus the Tuskers. They are geographical rivals. And this was after 2 games where he scored 150 and then followed it up with another 150. He did play for the Tuskers before Tsepang Ditole, and his former team got him out for a pair. Then he scored 230s after that. Well, it shows that the player does have pedigree. 2 centuries, 250s, a pair, and 230s.
Oh, Dwan Jansen this time missing the line a bit, going down leg to Ditole. Yes, definitely. Tsepang Ditole also part of the Lions setup before moving on to the coastal side of things. So he does know the Highveld bounce as well. He having played here. So he would be more sort of used to the pace and bounce of Highveld than the other batsmen in the Dolphin setup.
Change of angle here from Dwan Jansen as well, coming around the wicket, targeting that body line. And also it's going to help with that movement of the ball across, which has been causing a little bit of problems for Tsepang Ditole outside that off stump. So if he exaggerates the movement across the stumps and possibly forces a stroke across the line of the ball, he might get an edge to those 3 slips, a gully and a backward point.
That's what he got with the first wicket as well, the change of angle working for him.
But also at the same time, an employment of a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Could have been a short ball coming in, but Tsepang Ditole deals with the threat. He can grind it out. He can stay there for a long time. He's faced 37 so far, 26 for 2.
It's not only Tsepang Ditole, Bryce Parsons as well, ex-Lions player as well, in the Lions setup as well. So he too has played a lot of cricket here in the Highveld. And as you mentioned earlier on, Bryce Parsons doing well for Dolphins this year, not just with the bat, with the ball as well. Dolphins playing their last game end of October against the Western Province, and in the second innings Bryce Parsons took 6 for 41. As you said, that right now Dolphins need him to score those big runs. That's what he will be concentrating on, getting those runs in for the Dolphins.
Change of bowler, Junior Dala. He's going to love that extra bounce that shows here in the surface. He bowls the heaviest of deliveries amongst the pace bowlers. Dan Khalim's one also has some weight, but it lacks the pace that Junior Dala injects. So with that extra bounce, the heaviness of the ball that he bowls is going to be a new threat for both Parsons and for Ditole.
Also, his balls tend to skid on as well. So sort of different customer as Bryce Parsons plays this down towards mid-on again. There was slight misfield there by Janko Smith, and that's another boundary for Bryce Parsons. And he moves on to 8 with a second boundary in the long-on region. He's got a good balance. There's few deliveries that he's played. He hasn't tried to hit the ball hard. The first couple of balls from Janko Smith as well as Junior Dala.
He's going to have to not rush it though. Be patient. There's a little bit of demons here. Not that heavy, but slight enough to just cause some problems. Ball just jagging back into him, hitting the inside half of the bat. It just shows that you have to be wary regardless of how you are feeling, regardless of your confidence level. You need to respect the bowlers that you are facing. You need to respect the surface because you still don't know how it's actually playing. We saw Marcus Ackerman, his first push through the covers was so good for the 2 runs. The next ball, he gets surprised by the extra bounce and he's gone. So even here, this is watchful. This is good from Bryce Parsons. He's been lacking of runs lately. After that 183, he hasn't even clocked a 40 in any of the formats that he's played. So this is the time for Parsons to just play himself in. Dolphins will want to bat until tomorrow, until lunch tomorrow. So he can bat for as long as he can right now, and he doesn't have to rush it.
This was touch fuller by Dalla and driven to covers by Bryce Parsons. Yes, as you said, that Simon Harmer at the toss, he said the first hour would be so important and they would look to get wickets, having got two and a couple of overs to go in that first hour. He would be really hoping that they can get one more wicket, 3 wickets in the first hour of the test match. That is ideal, especially given the pitch there is.
There's no Jason Smith in the side either for the Dolphins. So that's one key batter short in their lineup. After 12 overs, they're on 30 for 2. And you look at that. After this batter, it's Kaya Zondo coming in. And then the young 19-year-old Simal Pele, young spinner, all-rounder, still finding his trade. Hanufel Yoon can hit a good one. He can score pretty well. And Ethan Bosch, when it's his day, just like his older brother, it's his day. But in terms of your core batters, the ones you want to build the innings around, after this, it's Kaya Zond, and that is the end of it. So for the Titans, if they can seep through and get past this Bryce Parsons, there you will see it will be Kaya Zondo, and then Simal Pele down to Ethan Bosch. Andile Semelane can also hold his own, but you're not expecting a lot of contributions there. So it's a lot of work for the Dolphins to try and combat this rush from the Titans, but the Titans need the wickets.
Yes, the Titans have been so disciplined with their bowling so far. As we say that, we see yet again a delivery that's down leg from Janssen there. Just the change of angle, Mpendulo, to be honest, it's not sitting right with me. He was bowling so well over the wicket. There was no need to try. He got a couple of good edges, couple of deliveries that Tsepang didn't really want to play, and he got the bat to it. And as I say that, he's proved me wrong. You can see why he went around slightly wider delivery. Tsepang got caught in two minds there, whether to play at it or leave it, and he did neither. An easy catch to the first slip, and that's the third wicket down for the Dolphins.
This is the wicket they wanted. This is the wicket they wanted. Take the top three out of the game and then bring in the rest of the batting units in the middle. Look at how good this was from Dwan Janssen. We spoke about his changing on angles. It's one of two things. Bring it short onto the body, pull it away to the deep, or rather, push it across the left-hander. You said it nicely. Tsepang Ditole had been having troubles outside that off stump. So now it's going to be exacerbated with the ball coming across and moving across. 3 slips and a gully. The first one takes the nab. Tsepang Ditole just flashing at it. No real conviction behind the shot. Now it's 3 wickets down.
And as you see him walking away, he's distraught. He's distraught. That's not him. That's not the Tsepang Ditole who scored 2 centuries, 2 50s. So that was very much unlike him, just flashing at that delivery and getting the edge. With that comes in Kaya Zondo. 158 matches, first-class games. Highest score of 203 against the Western Province in the 21-22 season. Average of just over 32. A very much senior man in the side. The backbone of the batting lineup, you can say. They would hope that he can hold their fort and be here for a long period of time. And that is their hope. Because as you said early on, from here on, it's a very inexperienced sort of batting lineup moving forward. So the Dolphins would be hoping that Kaya Zondo can make a significant contribution to the runs. Right now, it's not looking good. 30 for 3 after 12.2 overs.
Very much the senior statesman. He and Keegan Peterson, the two most experienced players, alongside Simon Harmer in the whole match right now. He showed good form in the T20 challenge at the top of the order. Kaya Zondo being the leading run scorer for the Dolphins. And he was followed up by young Khomolemo Phiri, who's not part of the 4-day series makeup, but most likely going to see young Khomo in the 50-over competition. Was very good. But Kaya Zondo here is going to need to draw back on some of that form that he showed in the T20 competition. Dial it back in and stick it out here for the Dolphins. Oh, it doesn't last long. He does not last long because Dwan Jansen is absolutely bowling jaffers after jaffers. It was just outside the off stump. He nabs at it, Kaya Zondo, safely into the hands of second slip, and it's wicket number 4 for the Dolphins.
Dolphins are in so much of trouble right now. Dwan Jansen, first ball he bowled to Kaya Zondo, it was over the wicket. And again, for the second delivery, he changes the angle. He comes around the wicket. Perfect pitch of a delivery. Good delivery, short of the length. And just takes the outside edge of Kaya Zondo. And that's the end of Kaya Zondo.
But how good was the catch from Simon Harmer? He has buckets. Standing at second slip, diving to his right. Absolutely wonderful catch. And Dwan Jansen is becoming a sort of a revelation this season. He is really bowling well and tying up the Dolphins in all sorts of knots.
Oh, that's just beautiful bowling. Over after over, we said that he's bowling so well. He's kept his line and length. Excellent bowling. And he's being rewarded for that bowling, having taken 3 wickets now.
Whatever's happening for him here at the Titans, Dwan Jansen, he must continue doing it. It's the end of it's the end of the first half of the session. It's drinks right now. Dwan Jansen deserves all of those drinks. 3 wickets, 10 overs in 3 wickets, 10 runs in his 6 overs. That also includes 3 maiden overs. He is an absolute menace. It's drinks here at SuperSport Park. We'll come back after a couple of minutes.
Away from you. Left arm over to you, 2 balls to come.
After drinks, Dwan Jansen has claimed 2 wickets in his 7th over, almost claiming another. And he is bowling like money. Semal Pillay coming in, made his debut this season, young Semal Pillay, and he is in a gauntlet of fire with Dwan Jansen bowling absolute rockets. Junior Dala on the other side, the surface having a little bit of tricks and demons, and the Dolphins on 31 for 4. What a situation.
Well, a lot of it's of their own making, I'd say. The Dolphins, not the greatest batting we've seen. There's not a huge amount going on with the ball, just normal stuff.
Oh, it comes back this time. Well, seems like normal to us is definitely not normal to them. Finding a little bit of difficulty. It's the end of over number 13. Who would have thought that within the first hour, it would be 4 wickets down for just 31 runs?
Well, especially because for the first 37 minutes, the Dolphins were going along nicely. They hadn't lost a wicket. There you see the scorecard. And a couple of good catches. Junior Dala, the man with the abs, but also a top-class athlete, running in from the fine leg boundary to catch Marcus Ackerman. That's a big wicket. Ackerman's been in great form this season. And then in that previous over, Simon Harmer, a lovely catch at second slip to get Kaya Zondo, who's a real stalwart of this batting lineup.
Ooh, leave it if you dare. Leave it if you dare. A little bit of centimeters fuller, centimeters straighter. That off stump goes cartwheeling off the ground. But at the end of the day, it's a good leave from Semal Pillay. We have 3 very capable slip fielders. Neil Brunt, long-standing captain up until this season for the Titans. Simon Harmer has already grabbed one. Rivaldo Munsami at third slip, who's normally the wicket-keeper for the side. And then Dwan Jansen at the gully. And then it's a big heave from Semal Pillay. The covers have not been used too often in this innings, actually. Might be the 3rd or 4th time we've seen the ball go through that direction. They come back for 2.
Junior Dala has enjoyed bowling around the wicket to left-handers. As we saw earlier, asking questions about what to play and what to leave. Can bring it back quite sharply into the left-handers.
It's been a healthy concentration of left-handed batters as well for the Dolphins. Ooh, dirty. Luandre Pretorius can't grab it. The ball going in between the stumps and the batter. Huge movement back into the left-hander. And it's going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, just that variable bounce again on the first day. This one just dropping short of wicketkeeper Pretorius. Yeah, that really didn't go there. It dropped well short of wicketkeeper Pretorius. Bit too pace, the pitch still today, which is not too surprising. It should dry out and become more uniform and quicker.
Now he has to deal with that variance right there. The next ball having the clean and an easy bounce. And that previous one was a very hard take for Luandre Pretorius to try and get, because it wasn't even a half volley. It's as if the ball yorked his hand because it bounced right underneath the glove. He tried his best, Luandre. Does go for 4 byes. Doesn't count as an extra for Junior Dala, though. Much needed runs for the Dolphins. It's been a very somber start. 37 for 4. And the way Junior Dala is bowling here, who knows, it might even become worse.
Definitely one of the factors that the Dolphins would have had in mind when they won the toss and batted first. It generally does become more up and down here at SuperSport Park, and especially with the heat today, And the pitch already starting out a bit drier than it normally is here.
Really gonna have to dig in. Normally, Marcus Ackerman spoke about the possibility of the pitch breaking apart at the later end of the match. It's the end of over number 14. The score's 38-4. And going into that late end of the third day, the fourth day, normally the fourth innings of the match, you want to be bowling. You want to be bowling to your opposition. And so in order for you to be bowling at that time of the match, you need to ensure that you bat for as long as you can for your first innings. If the trajectory of this innings continues the way it is, Titans might be batting later on today, and if they are able to stick it in, they are able to switch the flow of the match, and they might find themselves batting at the third innings and then bowling in innings number 4. So this is very good for the Titans. Oh, problems! Unless if it was an inside edge. This is good from Dwan Jansen.
Bowling a lengthy spell from this West Lane in Dwan Jansen into his 8th over. But he's got 3 for 11 and he really has asked a lot of questions. A couple of balls have slid down the leg side, but apart from that, he's just been really good around that off stump. Bit of extra bounce at times.
Down the leg. But it's the length that is different now from Jansen. Clearly realizing that Samuel Pillay is not really comfortable so far. With Tsepang Ditole, he was very happy challenging the chest area of Ditole, hitting that back of a length and using the extra bounce and that new ball to create problems for Ditole. Eventually, it was that length that got him just flashing outside his off stump, across the line of the ball, caught at first slip. Dwan Jansen is much fuller to Samuel Pillay, trying to target those stumps, and maybe that shortish delivery might be the surprise that confuses Pillay. Oh, past Keegan Peterson, who's standing naughtily at that short, fine leg. It's going to go down for 1, though.
See a lot of cloud build up towards the south, coming from Johannesburg. But it's hot out there today, and Dwan Jansen must be super fit. As I said, he's bowled 7.5 overs on the trot. But always helps when you've got the wickets to your name. Bryce Parsons came in a while ago with just 2 wickets down, and I've seen another 2 come and go very quickly.
It also does help that Dwan Jansen has an easy action. Doesn't use a lot of body movements in order for him to execute at the crease. His run-up is steady, doesn't use a lot of energy. And that's what you want. You want an efficient and economic run-up. And you want a repeatable bowling action. And that's what Dwan Jansen has done here. That's what he has. And if you are bowling it on a string like what he has been doing, you don't want to stop bowling. That's why he's on his 8th. Coming around the wicket, needs to be very straight in order to try and get an LBW.
Titans do have another seam bowling option, of course, in the all-rounder, Dayan Khalim. But I'm sure we're going to see Simon Harmer at some stage in this morning session. Of course, the off-spinner got to feast on a lot of Indian left-handers recently, and now the Dolphins have laid out a lot of left-handers for him as well.
All the more reason why the Titans, with the start that they have, they would want to ensure that they finish this today, and they bat today, and they bat for a long time, so that they have the privilege of bowling at the end of the match. It's still going to take a lot of hard work. Dwan Jansen has put in the shift. 8 overs he's bowled. He's only gone for 13 runs for the 3 wickets. What a great start. It's 40 for 4 after 15.
Duan Janssen was the one bowler who could feel proud of his effort in the Titans' previous game when the bowling attack in general really crumbled, trying to defend 103 in 7 overs against the Dolphins, and they lost. Inspired innings by Jason Smith, but some really poor bowling in that game. Junior Dala played in that game, but funny enough didn't bowl, which was a bit strange. Janssen was outstanding though, taking that form into today as well.
And the experience that is under that Titans camp is absolutely incredible. Your captain, Simon Harmer, has over 200 first-class games in his belt. Neil Brunt, who hasn't featured much this season, he's made his way back, who's been the long-standing captain before this, brings his wealth of experience. The man with the ball himself, Sibonelo Makanya, Keegan Peterson. It's an immensely experienced lineup, and it's a wonder how they haven't won and how they haven't competed. But this is a very strong lineup that they've brought here today.
Yep, Peterson, Brunt, Makanya. They've all captained the Titans before. And it's time for this Titans team to deliver now, definitely. It's been a pretty horrid start to the season for them.
Oh, it's popped up. That extra bounce a problem. And it's Rivaldo Munsami on the second grab, who makes sure that the job is done. Oh, this is problems for the Dolphins. They are finding it hard to swim. There is no ocean in the Highveld, and it's the Titans who are reigning strong. Wicket number 5 within an hour and 10 minutes. 40 for 5 for the Dolphins.
Well, this is beautifully bowled by Junior Dala. Not very well played, it has to be said, by Bryce Parsons. Just a pretty standard short delivery angled into him. But Dala bending his back as he does and extracting that extra bounce. And Parsons all at sea, it has to be said. Caught by Rivaldo Munsami off Dala then for 9. And the Dolphins are in disarray at 40 for 5.
The catching from the Titans has been brilliant. No chance has come that has not been taken. The extra bounce, he didn't know what to do with it indeed. He was just in front of the ball. Rivaldo Munsami had to take a little bit of a leap. And on his way down, the ball was leaving his hand, so he had to secure it again. Good catch from Dala, good catch from Harmer, great catch now from Rivaldo Munsami, causing all problems for the Dolphins. It brings in their wicketkeeper batter now, Hanu Falyun. Boy, oh boy, do these two now young men have to put something together here for the Dolphins to stop the rot.
Quality player Hanu Falyun has often dug the Dolphins out of serious trouble. So the Titans will know that their job is not yet done. Yeah, this morning they may have got rid of the Dolphins' top order. But as you were saying, Pendulo, having lost the toss, they want to ram home the advantage they've given themselves this morning. Try and get the Dolphins all out today and then bat certainly the whole of tomorrow when batting will probably be at its best.
And that's the thing. That's the thing you've been speaking about it, Ken, that the grass is still very alive. You see it on the surface. And there's that point where it transitions from it being what it is to it dying at the end of the game. That's where the surface is holding up at its best. And historically, speaking to the people who played here and watched cricket here, much like yourself, you know, day 2, day 3, you really want to jump in and make those runs matter. Oh, Junior Dala is bowling rockets. Hanu Falyun gets clattered into the head. He's going to have to check if everything is still in order. It's the end of over number It's at the end of the over, though. 40 for 5 as Hanu Viljoen gets it in the head.
Well, there'll probably be a concussion check, but I wonder if Junior Dala is upset that he didn't bowl in the last game. That's a cracking delivery, but again, the technique against the short ball, a bit dodgy here. It's short and it's fast, but this is by no means the fastest Centurion pitch you'll see, as the physio will run on to do the concussion check.
I think it's a real issue with that extra bounce that they're finding difficult to deal with. And that's why, even across all the games happening across the country, this is the one that has seen the most damage in terms of wickets. 5 wickets down. If you go across, just down the road at the Lions, they lost Joshua Richards within the second over. But right now, Dominic Hendricks and Zubair Hamza are holding it down pretty cleanly. They're on 73 for 1 against Borland. Hendricks on 32, Hamza on 30. Those are two players who can certainly hold and rebuild. Ron James and Daniel Smith. Oh, Daniel Smith has been brilliant. They're 96 for 2 against the Tuskers.
Western Province in Pietermaritzburg.
Doing really well down there. East Vaal, Reno, Northwest Dragons. They playing the Warriors, who are the champions of the T20 competition. Matthew Boast, who's been really good this season with the red ball. He's already gotten a piece. But Lesiba Ngwebe and Mikhail Prince with a good start. They've lost their wickets. Janaman Malan and Vian Lerber will need to rebuild at Potchefstroom. So that's how it's happening across the country. Steady start for the Lions, 73 for 1, 96 for 2 for Western Province versus the Tuskers, 61 for 2 for the Dragons, who need to rebuild versus the Warriors. But our focus is on this bludgeoning job by the Titans. Stumps falling, catches taken, helmets being bashed. And it's 40 for 5.
And Viljoen has another ball still to face in the over. Junior Dala with his tail up.
It's good. Very good bowling from Junior Dala. Maiden wicket to sum up his third. There is pressure coming on all sides from the Titans. The Dolphins, they need a lot of work to do. After 16, it's 40 for the loss of 5.
It's been a solid season so far for Hanu Viljoen, if not a dazzling one. Averaging 39. He's had 1 half century, a couple of not outs in his 7 innings.
Oof. He's going to have to work hard to keep it not out now, because the man who's coming in is arguably the best bowler in the world as we speak. Simon Harmer. Who can stop him? The mighty Indians couldn't. The Pakistanis could not. And now he comes in with more first-class cricket in his homeboy town in the Titans. Over 1,000 first-class wickets. Comes from the West Lane end. Samal Pillay. He must face the fire.
And he's got 50 minutes before lunch, Harmer, so he can bowl a lengthy spell here.
And here's the thing. If there was that extra bounce from the seam bowlers, Simon Harmer, over 6 feet tall, that's 190 centimeters. He's almost 2 meters tall. Simon Harmer, high release point. He too will get that extra bounce. And the thing is, Ken, he's already getting some really sharp turn. 2 balls into his spell.
Yeah, and I think as the match progresses, he'll probably change ends to the Henops River end. Just because at the West Lane end, there are a couple of patches where there's a little bit of cracking evident. Nothing too important at the moment, but those cracks will widen and they're just slightly barer patches. But as you said, Pendula bowling from this end now, the West Lane end, to use that extra bounce. And we've already seen in this over, he's getting that awkward bounce.
Everything is just right, Ken. The flight is good, the speed is good, the length is good, the spin is good. It's one thing watching it on the TV in foreign shores. It's another thing seeing it live happening in front of your face. What an absolute treat. And is really holding it down here. Made an over to start for Simon Harmer. Samal Pillay, he survives and he deals with it decently. 40 for 5.
Well, he's a real master of his craft, Simon Harmer, and it's what you'd expect. One of the few players in cricket history to have over 1,000 first-class wickets. And it's going to be a great thrill to watch him in action here at SuperSport Park. So it is December. Come on, guys. I know none of you are working at home. You're basically on holiday. Come to SuperSport Park and watch some really thrilling cricket. We've got a top-class off-spinner at one end, and we've got a fast bowler in Junior Darlow whose tail is up and he's bowling with heat.
And it's rising. It's doing everything. Hanful Yoon. He deals with it, and now the situation for the Dolphins is not even about getting the runs, Ken. It's simply about, can we make it to 10 minutes past 12? Can we make it to 10 minutes past 12, having just lost these 5 wickets that we've lost? I'm sure the max they would have wanted to lose is 3. You'd never want to lose more than 3 within your first session, especially if you choose to bat first. But 5 is absolutely a hemorrhage.
Absolutely. They've just got to dig in now. Survival will be front of mind. Try and get a partnership going between these two. Ethan Bosch is still to come. He's producing more and more runs, actually, with the bat. I would say he's almost a genuine all-rounder now, certainly a bowling all-rounder. And Ndile Simelane, useful with the bat. Tristan Lus can give it a swing and a hit.
I'm liking the look of Hanufal Yoon here. I'm liking what he's doing. He's playing the ball very late. He's playing it under the eye. Actually, if you take a look at both the wickets of Bryce Parsons and particularly Marcus Ackerman, played the ball in front of his body, sort of reaching for it just to pedal it down so he can play it behind square, and never really got to the line or the pitch of the ball. Here, Hanufal Yoon is waiting. Look at that, allowing the ball to come to him, playing it with really soft hands, what Kaya Zondo could have really benefited from, and Hanufal Yoon is doing it well.
A lot of the dismissals today have been from horizontal bats. And, we've seen variable bounce today. We've spoken about it. We've seen the two-pace nature of the pitch, and that makes horizontal bat shots difficult. Ackerman in particular, it wasn't a particularly difficult ball or anything. It didn't get much higher than hip high. But as you say, he was totally mistiming his pull shot. And it wasn't even a full-blooded pull. It was just a little paddle around the corner almost.
So here, Hanufal Yoon, everything has been with that straight bat. Ken, everything is vertical. He's playing the ball directly behind his body as well. So he's perfectly in line of every single delivery. So even the awkward ones that come under his left shoulder, where you have the man standing under the helmet to be a threat, he's able to push it in front of him or behind him because he's always under control of the ball, despite of how well Junior Dala is bowling. Look at that. That is gorgeously played. Fantastically pulled by Hanufal Yoon. And he shows who was in control of that over. He was. And it's 44 for the loss of 5 after 18.
Well, shot of the morning so far, I would say, particularly since Viljoen was hit in the head the previous over from Junior Dala. They do say if you get hit on the head, it shows that you are getting in line, at least. So he's done that very well, though. As you said, MP. He's got in line really well, and you'll see her just getting slightly inside of the ball. And as soon as he saw the bounce wasn't anything too hectic, a beautifully controlled pull shot for 4.
Here's the problem. Right arm off spinner, one of the best in the world, bowling to a newcomer in professional cricket, a left-hander, ball spinning away from him. If Simon Harmer were to ever ask for an over to start bowling at, it would be a situation like this. Bowling to a newcoming left-handed batter with the team under immense pressure, having lost 5 wickets. He can come in at any time though, but right now, it's an easier transition into his spell. And Semal Pillay is starting to reach for the bounce of the ball, so this wouldn't be a bad ploy to try and get another person under the helmet in front of Semal Pillay to just remove that front foot and get him stuck more into the crease. He's finally able to get himself off of strike though. Nice placement for a single.
Yes, it is just Semal Pillay's second game for the Dolphins in 4-day cricket. So far he's looked fairly solid. The first over from Harmer was a bit tricky for him. There was turn and bounce and he got beaten a few times, but nicely played in that over so far. Get the right-hander on strike.
Interesting that he still prevails with his angle around the wicket, looking to straighten the ball across the line. That brings the LBW into play. Also brings in that man at leg slip. Hanuful Yoon, though, happy with his feet. Negates everything.
Straight away, down the pitch. Good footwork.
Man, he's going to be important by the looks of things. You have said it, Ken. This is what he does. Comes in when the situation is tough. An Alex Carey kind of player. Hanuful Yoon really is. And he deals with this so solidly to end over number 19. It's a good start from him, and it needs to be even better. 45 for 5, as we have a change in commentary. Zubair Saleh comes in to join Ken Portland.
He's not quite as dashing as Alex Carey. Hanuful Yoon, also a wicket-keeper, of course, but that's not to say he can't play white ball cricket. He's won some games for the Dolphins in white ball cricket as well, but he is more of the tenacious kind, more the gritty sort of player.
Continuing his spell. This is his 5th over, having gone for 11 and taken 1 wicket. This one is touched down the leg and it's played down by Pillay for a boundary, a welcome boundary for the Dolphins, as the score moves on to 49 for 5. Junior Dalla using the angle well so far. This one was just touched down the leg side, and Pillay helps it down the leg side towards the fine leg for welcome boundary. Back of the land delivery that time and played it back to the bowler. Pillay quite young, having to deal the situation where the team is 5 wickets down. It can only grow you as a player.
Well, sink or swim, eh? It's a very tough situation, but an opportunity for him to show his mettle, show some character.
Again, back of the land delivery, this time slightly outside off, and it's punched to point that time by Pillay.
Just a hint of flamboyance in that stroke from Pele, which got Junior Dala a little bit excited. It was in the air for a bit, playing away from his body a little bit outside off stump. Dala, don't think he'll mind that too much.
And again, slightly touch fuller this time around, outside off, and Pele plays a beautiful check drive, backward drive through the cover for 2 more runs. And with that, that's 50 runs for Dolphins. They've moved on to 51 for 5 after 19.4 overs. Titans have been so good with the bowling. Discipline is the word we would use for this bowling.
Yeah, by and large, it's been very good by the Titans. As another single to Semal Pillay. Early on, we saw a few balls sliding down legs and maybe a little bit of width now and then. But they got better and better. And then that wonderful burst by Duan Janssen late on in his spell. Janko Smith chipping in with a wicket as well. And Junior Dala's bowled really well, coming on first change.
Yes, Junior Dala has been such a tricky customer throughout his career. He skids on. He seems like just a standard pace bowler, but the ball skids on.
Well, shortish guys who bowl really fast are very tricky. The great Malcolm Marshall, arguably the greatest fast bowler of all time, he was a shortish man and he skidded the ball on at great pace. Had wonderful skill as well. But especially with the bounces, it makes it really difficult for the batter. And Dala is certainly not a tall man for a fast bowler. Bit of an unusual action as well. But he hits the deck really hard. And as you say, Zubair, it's onto the batter a bit quicker than they expect probably.
And with that, we see there's change in bowling. Ken, Dejan Gillian coming on for the first time today.
Yeah, good move because it's something totally different. Khalim more of a swing bowler, pitch it up, nip it around. Straight away, a good start. I fancy it might just be a change of ends for Simon Harmer. He's bowled just the 2 overs from the West Lane end, but maybe he's seen enough and wants to have a go from Hen Observer.
Being an experienced campaigner, that is Simon Harmer, that could be possibly the reason behind this change. It's been so good to see that the Titans bowlers have been on the money most part of this innings so far. In this 20 overs, they've kept that touch back of the land, fifth stump all the time. And Dejan Gillian coming in first delivery, teasing Semal Pillay outside of second delivery, much closer, much fuller, making him play. That's been that sort of bowling today. And yet again, beautiful delivery, pitching good land, just shaping away from Hanu Viljoen, who played at it. He was teased and he fell for it. Lucky not to get an edge on that one, Ken.
Yeah, you saw the hands just follow the ball, didn't you? He couldn't resist. It was like a moth drawn to the flame. The hands poked after it. And he nearly found an edge there.
Again, back of the lane, straight the delivery this time around, right back to the bowler. Dejan Halim, there's 4 deliveries as he's running away from us. You just feel that there is an extra energy in those steps moving on. And that's what happens when you have the team 50 for 5 in the first innings on day 1.
Yeah, I think we need to give Coach Ravesh Gobint and his assistant Arby Morkel and the rest of the management credit, because it's been a really tough season for the Titans, and their last game against the Dolphins in the T20 was just such a demoralising loss. But they've come out here and they've really looked a different team. As you say, there's been energy, there's been focus in the bowling. So well done to Ravesh and his team for getting things right during the break.
And again, Dejan Halim finishing the over how he started outside of good length. Anu Falion just leaving that one. That's the end of the 21st over, and Dolphins are 53 for 5. Spot on, Ken. In the interview before the game, the coach did tell you that this is a fresh start. They are optimistic. They've moved on from the T20 competition, and they had a bit of a break. They're coming in, and it's a fresh start for them.
And there you can see the proof of the excellent bowling effort so far. Dwan Jansen leading the way. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 13. Well supported by Janko Smit and Junior Dala. Halim has made a good entrance into the attack, and as expected, Simon Harmer is back with a change of ends to the Henops River end. We also saw, just prior to those bowling figures come up, a view looking north at SuperSport Park over the main grandstand. Weather looked very nice, just a few fluffy clouds. Looking south, though, top edge sweep, it'll land safely. Looking south as we are in our commentary box. So we're looking towards bowler Simon Harmer. He's bowling towards us. There's a lot of cloud build-up coming from Johannesburg.
There were thunderstorms expected later in the afternoon. We'll see to that. It has been a beautiful morning today. Perfect day to play cricket till now. And Titans have really made use of those conditions, especially early on.
Pretty hot out there, and I think the Titans had a bit of trepidation having to bowl first, wondering how long they're going to have to toil out under the hot sun. Well, they've done half the job, bowling well enough to get 5 wickets.
Simon Harmer doing Simon Harmer things, making the batsman play, throwing him forward, getting an inside edge. Close to that mid-wicket fielder, falling just short. Slightly shorter this time, and that is punished by Falion. Cracking shot delivery that fielder had no time to move as well. You will hardly get this sort of deliveries from Simon Harmer. When you do, you better make use of it, and Falion has done just that. And back to basics by Harmer, full and well defended by Falion. Yes, spot on, Ken. At the toss, Simon Harmer did say that they would look to utilize the first hour. And utilize they did. because the first hour, 15 minutes, that's where they got the bulk of these wickets. They've bowled well, but there were a couple of wickets by Dolphins who would look back and say, we might have left those deliveries or played better shots.
Agreed. Just a hint of some of the dismissals being a little bit soft.
Yeah, continuing back of the length to the batsman, defended well by Pillay. Very first wicket, Romanshan Pillay. Dwan Jansen kept on bowling short of the length. He seen the ball, that particular delivery, slightly full, went for it. The ball that he felt was there, but the pace wasn't there. Inside edge, getting bowled. Back of the length again, played towards mid-off for a single by Pillay. So, could he have defended or waited for a better delivery to play that shot? Also, because Dwan Jansen at that point in time wasn't giving any freebies, hardly any bad deliveries, as soon as he seen the ball pitched up, he went for it. And he is a young man. It will take him time and experience. As he gathers experience, he would learn the balls to play at and to leave alone as well. Ooh, what a beautiful delivery by Dejan Khalim. How often have the Titans bowlers done that, Ken, during this innings?
It would be a really lethal delivery if it was just half a foot fuller. Viljoen able to just play inside that one as it shaped away beautifully. But to go back to Pillay, yeah, just it was there to drive. We'll give him that. But it was just the execution was a little bit loose, a little bit trying to grab at the opportunity instead of waiting for the ball, especially on a pitch that is a bit too paced. You need to wait for the ball. And he didn't, and just a bit over enthusiastic, and it proved to be his demise.
Slightly fuller and straighter this time around, and Khalim plays it to mid-wicket fielder. And then came Ackerman. Yet again, shorter delivery. It was there to be played, but that sort of tennis ball bounce, that slightly more bounce, and he couldn't control his pull shot. But that wicket has to go to Junior Dalla. What a beautiful running catch that was amazing. That athlete in Dalla made that catch happen. Back of the lens, slightly towards down leg, and beautifully laid square of the wicket by Viljoen for another boundary. Score moves on to 63 for 5 after 22.5 overs.
Very nice timing on this by Henry Viljoen. Raced away to the fence.
Slightly fuller this time around, and it's played through the covers by Viljoen for a couple of runs. That's the end of the 23rd over. The Dolphins are 65 for 5. We are just over 20 minutes away from lunch. Titans would be hoping that they could put more pressure before lunch by getting a wicket or two. On the other hand, Dolphins would be hoping that they go into lunch break without losing the next wicket.
Just on that Marcus Ackerman dismissal, That was one of the soft ones for me. It was just a standard sort of shortish delivery from Janssen, angled into the left-hander, didn't rise above hip high really, and he was trying to paddle pull it almost. It was just the third ball that he'd faced. There's the replay of it. Oh no, sorry, that's the excellent catch by Junior Darla to get rid of Ramesh and Pillay. But Ackerman just early on in the innings, perhaps better maybe to be playing with a straighter bat when the pitch is too paced, when the bounce is variable. And we had seen Duan Janssen get variable bounce from the end he was bowling from earlier in the spell.
There was variable bounce we've seen with Duan Janssen as well. Detole getting a couple of bottom edges to him, and a couple of that really took off as well. We see Harmer continuing to bowl that tight line and length as we've seen him do over the years. And yes, that particular delivery by Smith to Ackerman, it wasn't beautiful delivery, and Pillay unfortunately had no answers to that particular delivery by Harmer. Maiden over yet again by Simon Harmer. So that particular delivery to Ackerman by Smith, it was a standard delivery, as you say, pitch back of the lane, just that variable bounce, undoing Ackerman that delivery. The previous delivery before the one he got out at, similar sort of slightly outside of, beautiful punch, back foot punch through the covers for 2 runs. So he trusted that next delivery will be sort of similar. It won't have sort of tennis ball bounce, as you said earlier on, Ken, and just a touch higher. Soft dismissal. That's the point we are drawing. That the first 2 wickets that fell could have been avoided. Continuing, this is touchdown leg. There is protection for him at square leg boundary after the boundary in the last over.
And I think we can add Chapang Detole and Bryce Parsons to that list as well. There were good deliveries from Janssen, but both of them playing loosely outside off stump, really. Both of them could have left their deliveries, especially Zondo. He was very new to the crease.
Slightly outside off. Nicely played. Touch misfield there from the point fielder, and they run for a single.
Oh, I think you're being a little bit harsh there. Good save, eh? Surely a good save. Was it Sibonela Makanya there? Saved a boundary, probably.
The good thing for Dolphins at this point in time is the rotation of strike. Again, that's the third single of the over from the third delivery. So when you have left and right hand combination, this is what you get, that the bowler needs to adjust the line and length every delivery, especially since you are getting those singles in.
Yeah, the field will change now because it's the left-hander, but certainly to Viljoen, there was both a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket in place. And I would like to see one of those come into the circle, just make the single a little bit harder to get. You know, Khalim, he's not of great pace, so I'm not sure bouncing people out caught on the leg side boundary is his main or most effective method of attack.
Yet again, it's off the hips. Pele plays it down to mid-wicket boundary for a beautiful four. Good timing onto that one. He just seemed like he's falling off as he plays that shot. But well played, timed really well.
Nicely worked, a very nice compact stroke.
Pele moves on to 21. Back off the length again by Khalim. Well defended by Pele. This is a good partnership forming for the Dolphins. A much needed partnership at this stage of the game. 32 is the partnership as the score moves on to 72 for 5.
And importantly, they are within sight of lunch. It's been a good job by Pillay and Viljoen. They've both been very sensible. But as you said, Zubair, they've worked the ones and twos. And just pushing back the Titans a little bit now. Partnership with 32 is the biggest of the innings so far. And if they can get through to lunch unscathed, it'll just make the Dolphins feel a lot better. Especially after winning the toss and batting, they can go into the afternoon and set their store to bat the whole day today if things go well. But they're going to have a couple of overs of Simon Harmer, at least a couple of overs to contend with before lunch.
Simon Harmer continuing, and it's played nicely down to mid-on for a single by Viljoen. By the looks of things, they wanted to give that single to Viljoen and bowl to Pele. Well played. Straight to delivery, played towards mid-wicket by Pele. And again, slightly shorter, so Pele can go back and defend that one. He must just be careful. Simon is shrewd.
Come on.
Touch Fuller this time, front foot defense.
Come on, Simon. Come on, Simon. Want to spit.
A faster one, Fuller, and well defended by Pele.
Yeah, he's looked solid after a difficult first over against Harmer. Since then, he seems to be handling him pretty well.
Flighted delivery and plays it to point. That's the end of the 26th over. The Dolphins are 73 for 5.
One thing we do know about Simon Harmer, though, is that he plays the long game. So he won't be unhappy with that over. And he was bowling quite quickly to Pillay, who was coming forward and playing quite hard at the ball. Harmer in the next over, maybe watch for the slightly slower one that just grips and turns a bit and maybe bounces, and Pillay going hard at the ball, perhaps short leg in play.
Oh, Dayan Khalim, beautiful delivery, knocking Falun over. That off stump is thrown back. What a beautiful delivery that is. He's been bowling slightly short of the length before this. This was pitched full, just left Falun slightly, playing down the wrong line. And off stump is, bent back.
Well, super delivery, but look where Falun ends up. Look where the bat, he's trying to play that through mid-on. And playing right across it, really. That should have gone mid-off rather than mid-on. Let's just see where the bat ends up facing here. Yeah, there we go. He's trying to hit that on the on side. A good ball, though, by Dayan Khalim, must be said.
As we said, he's been bowling short of the length till now and slightly middle and leg stump line. This was on the off, way fuller. He surprised Falun with that delivery. This is exactly what Dolphins did not want, losing their 6th wicket just before lunch, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Titans, getting one more wicket before lunch, and with that comes in Ethan Bosch.
Well, especially losing the big wicket of Hani Falun, because he's a guy who has experience of digging the Dolphins out of these sort of situations. He knows how to rescue a sinking ship, if you like. Simar Pillay's done very well so far, 21 not out, but it's only his second game. But Ethan Bosch with him.
First delivery to Bosch, and that's way outside off stump. Left alone. Dolphins would be really hoping that Ethan Bosch can replicate his last innings, batting innings, in the 4-day competition against the Western Province, where he scored an unbeaten 59 and got them over the line, where they won just by 1 wicket.
And he's got an 80 earlier this season as well. He's averaging nearly 40 in this campaign.
That's down the leg side. So where to from here for the Dolphins?
Well, they've just got to try and replicate what Pillay and Falun were doing in that partnership with 33. You've just got to try and build a partnership. Ethan Bosch has the ability to stay there for a while.
Again, that delivery, that's touch fuller on the off stump, middle and off stump. Played down to mid-on. The first 5 wickets, Dolphins players, we saw the uneven bounce, the sort of 2 pace as well. Good bowling by Titans. The 6th wicket, the partnership between Pillay and Falun was where we felt that the batsmen were in control. So this wicket came as a surprise. Again, touchdown leg side, and Ethan Bosch plays it beautifully towards fine leg for a 4. That's the first runs for Ethan Bosch.
Well, you touched on it, Zubair, that Falun suddenly thought he had a driver ball delivery from Khalim, who's generally been bowling more of that length, a better line generally. Viljoen just thought I can drive this, I can get this away through mid-on down the ground. But it wasn't a ball to drive, it was a ball to defend. And certainly not one to hit across the line to mid-on.
Again, well bowled, back of the length, fifth stump line, left alone by Bosch. Spot on, Ken. He played down the wrong line, completely down the wrong line, that particular delivery. As you said, his bat coming down towards mid-on, not covering the line of the ball at all. Until that point in this partnership, they looked well in control.
And that looks fairly well in control, we hope. That's the new floodlights being put up here at SuperSport Park. That's all part of World Cup preparations, 2027. But also will be ready for the SA20. That starts on December 26th. I think there's 3 floodlights that are already up and operational.
Simon Harmer slightly attached towards leg stump line, and Pele plays it towards mid-wicket for a single. Yes, the new floodlights, Ken, we've seen them being put up at the Wanderers as well. And they will be used for the SA20 coming up starting end of this month.
Nice on me.
Back of the length, played back to Harmer by Bosch. Well defended on the front foot. Flighted delivery, just touch outside off, and Bosch plays it to cover, no run. That's the end of the 28th over, and Dolphins are 78 for 6. I'm pretty sure that would be the last over before lunch. Titans would be hoping for yet another wicket number 7. That would, or they are already in the driving seat, but that would be the end of well-known batsmen.
I think the Titans would have been happy having lost the toss if they'd got 3 wickets in this morning session. So they'll be over the moon to have 6.
Dejan Khalim continuing. Short of the length delivery, well played by Pele. Absolutely, Ken. Titans would take this any day, and especially as we've said, the form they are in the season, they would be very happy with the score going into lunch. Touch outside off, played down to gully region by Pele.
And I certainly don't think it's a 78 for 6 pitch. There's been a bit in it. The ball has moved around a bit, a little bit of swing up front and a bit of seam movement still. But it's a pretty standard first day pitch here at SuperSport Park, I'd say. And as we've mentioned before, a few of the dismissals have been a little bit soft.
Dejan Halim continuing bowling that off-stump line and back of the length deliveries. Absolutely, as they say, there are no demons in the pitch, Ken. We've said this previously as well, that certain dismissals could have been very easily avoided by Dolphins playing at the balls that wasn't needed to play at. Ooh, beautiful delivery by Halim. Pele looks shocked. He should feel lucky.
Nicely bowled. Halim, he's a skillful bowler. He just moves the ball around late. And that one actually just kept coming back in and through the gate of Semal Pillay.
Touch Fuller this time around and drives it to deep point for a single. That is Pillay. Yes, that particular delivery kept on going in. The deliveries before that have been pretty straight. So it surprised Pillay. Pretty sure this is the last delivery before lunch. Well bowled, full outside off, and that is lunch on day one at SuperSport Park between Titans and Dolphins. Dolphins, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, are 79 for 6 after 29 overs. They have an 18-year-old Pillay batting on 23 and Ethan Bosch batting on 4. For the Titans, the chief destroyer, Dwan Jansen, who got 3 wickets for 13 runs off his 8 overs, supported by Janko Smith, Junior Dalla and Dejan Halim. The Titans would be fairly happy with that session. Your thoughts, Ken?
They'll be ecstatic, I think. Getting 6 wickets in the morning session. Hot day here at Centurion. I'm sure the Titans would have batted first as well if they'd won the toss. So it's been a great response from a bowling attack that has been rightfully criticised this season. Dwan Jansen has certainly been a shining light for them so far this campaign, and again stepping up today. Bowled wonderfully well with 3 for 13 and 18 overs. Good to have Janko Smith back for the Titans. Dovetailed well with Jansen. Picked up the key wicket of Marcus Ackerman. And Junior Dala, I thought, bowled really well in that little spell of 5 overs. Coming in and just being a bit of an enforcer and backing up the new ball bowlers really well. And Dejan Halim also bringing something different, bowling fuller lengths, nipping it around and getting the important wicket of Hanu Falyun. And, well, Simon Harmer has been wheeling away for 6 overs. He's just conceded 8 runs. And I expect we're going to see a lot more of him in the afternoon.
Yes, definitely, Ken. As you say, the Titans would be ecstatic from their bowlers' point of view. They've been really good. So, we will see you after lunch. Thank you so much.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh, words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right. Oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm ready. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to give. Just tell me.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Mara B3. Atingunzi unemali. Nakuthutha. Going to tooth. Okay, sure. Sorry.
It's interesting how they looked at.
We come back after lunch. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bat first. And what a situation that they find themselves in. 79 for 6, thanks to the efforts of Dwan Janssen to start off the innings. 3 for 13 from 8 overs. Janko Smith, Junior Dala and Diane Khalim joining in the party and also getting a wicket per piece. Some great fielding, awesome catching and great bowling puts the Dolphins in this situation. Youngster, 19-year-old Semal Pillay, only in his second first-class game, facing the music of Simon Harmer alongside Junior Dala and Dan Khalim. He's still out there on 23 from 52 deliveries. What a situation. He's joined by Ethan Bosch. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins under some serious pressure. My name is Bendulo Makubane, bringing you this commentary live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Alongside me, Mr. Zubair Saleh.
Thanks a lot, Bendulo, and welcome back to the viewers. And to start off with, I see we have Janko Smith. Not an ideal situation for the Dolphins batters to find themselves in. Starting this morning, the young Semal Pillay wouldn't have thought that he'll be the top scorer on the day in the first half of the day. But that's where we are at this point in time.
Now we must face Janko Smit. And he must face him well because Janko Smit started really well in the first spell. His 5 overs only going for 16 runs and claiming a wicket.
That has been most part of the day for the Titans bowlers, the line and length. We keep on stressing how well they've bowled the line and length, and they've kept to it, kept to the basics. 5th stump line, back of the length, and they've been rewarded with 6 wickets that first session.
It was a valiant try from Hanuful Yoon, the wicketkeeper batter, coming in at number 7. He really tried. He looked the most composed. He looked the most threatening. But then he probably got the best ball off the lot from Dayan Khalim, just nipping away as he was trying to defend straight, and off came his off stump. But other than that, it's Semal Pillay who's trying his best. It's not easy. Takes the edge. It is not easy, and it becomes harder. The easiest catch at first slip from Neil Brunt, and it is the dismissal of Semal Pillay. Titans strike straight after lunch, and it gets deeper for the Dolphins.
As we've said with the earlier wickets as well, so many of those wickets, could that have been left alone too early in the innings? Yes, it was a good delivery, bringing him forward, going for a booming drive and catching only the edge and easiest of catches, as Hussein Pendulo. But he could have defended that delivery.
I think it was the length that was so good from Janko Smit, because it's almost as if it's a half volley when you read it from the time it releases on the hand. You're thinking it's going to be at that drivable length, and all of a sudden it just doesn't reach you. And it's a good enough line where it's just outside that off stump, where if he thought about leaving the ball, that off stump would probably cartwheel off the ground. So it's an excellent delivery from Janko Smit. But maybe if he did play it with softer hands and not go booming like you suggest, Zubair, he would have seen himself survive, which is what he was doing really well prior to the end of that first session.
And with the fall of that wicket, we have Andile Simelane joining us, who's played 11 first-class matches, 50 being his highest score. Dolphins would be hoping for such a score from him here. They're really in dire need of such a score and partnership from their batsmen.
Andile Simelane does crunch it hard. As a youngster, came up as one of the flaming batters in the Sunfoil tournament. Really was flaming hot. 16 years old, playing in the under-19s. And then over the years in his professional career has grown more into his bowling. One of the best fielders in the country, Andile Simelane. But right now, that batting prowess he had as a 15, 16, 17-year-old is needed. Plays with hard hands as well, Simelane. Like we said, crunches the ball hard. It's going to be a test of patience here from the Titans, who are bowling like they haven't bowled at all this season.
Really, the bowling hasn't been the best this season. We've said this before. They've played 4, they've lost 4, and they were unable to get the wickets. But it has changed this morning. They've bowled really well, and they've been rewarded with wickets at regular interval.
It also becomes easy for the captain, Simon Harmer, if all of your bowlers, the moment you give them the ball, they're able to perform. Smith, as you can see right now, going at less than 3 runs to the over. Dwan Jansen, the pick of the lot, 3 from 13 from 8. Simon Harmer himself is going at just under 2 runs to the over. Junior Dala is going just above 3 runs to the over. But they're all grabbing wickets. Anyone who gets the ball for the Titans is a danger for the Dolphins. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful from Janko Smith. That off stump leans back from an absolute beauty from the fast bowler. The Dolphins lose number 8, Andile Meselemelane, having no clue what happened to his stumps.
Excellent delivery by Janko Smith. This particular delivery coming in, knocking that off stump out. We've seen this movie before with the wicket of Viljoen. This was a peach of a delivery. Every fast bowler's dream. Semelane having just come in, he might have been slightly lazy, a touch lazy, expecting the ball to be on the back foot, waiting, not moving his feet forward, and the off stump gets pinged back.
He was just stuck on the crease there, Zubair, like you said. Didn't move anything. In retrospect, it was an ordinary delivery. It was an ordinary delivery which nipped back into the stumps. If he had just engaged that front foot in any manner and play his bat close to his body, he covers the line of the stumps. He played the wrong line. He played the wrong length. And that's what I was saying earlier. Just target the stumps and see what happens. Janko Smith gets his third piece. Not a great ball, not a great shot from Andile Semelane. Now we are into the bowlers. Tristan Lees comes in. Has to face Dwan Jansen, who comes back in, who has been the best bowler for the Titans.
And I see he's continuing around the wicket. That's where he's got 2 wickets in that first spell of his as well.
Against Ethan Bosch. He gets the ball to nip back into the right-hander still. A little bit of assistance even late on into day number 1 here.
Going back to the wicket of Semal Pillay there in Pendulo, it's very much like Viljoen's wicket as well. That they grind, they look so solid, they look so good, rotated the strike and everything. And all of a sudden, boom, one ball where they were nowhere. Especially Viljoen, who looked so much in control. That whole partnership between them that was around 32 runs, they were there. And pitched front, Fuller, Viljoen playing the wrong line. Similarly with Pillay batting so well. He left the ball before lunch so well. And this one, he had to play for a feel for the ball, going for a booming drive, which wasn't necessary, and losing the wicket.
Beautifully bowled from Dwan Jansen. No feet again from Ethan Bosch. Really problematic. And I think that there's a clear difference in how they started earlier on this morning and how they are continuing post-lunch. And I know it's just been 1.5 overs, but all of the 9 balls that we've seen, Zubair, all of them have been pitched up. All of them have been asking the batter to play at the ball with your front foot. Every now and then with that extra bounce, of course, you can go back. But even these first 3 balls have all been at the stumps, asking for that front foot to be engaged. Superb. It's really, really good.
Using the pitch so well the entire morning, and they've started doing the same after lunch as well. Beautiful use of the pitch, whether they've come fuller or they've kept it short. Good line, good length. The ball has done early in the morning as it would do on most of the pitches. That first hour will give you something no matter where you are playing in South Africa, and they've used it so well.
Can't be better than 8 wickets in 3 hours. Oh, would have been 9 if there was a 5th slip. A little bit too wide for the cordon. Dwan Jansen will feel disheartened with that. He's been bowling so well. He doesn't deserve that misfortune. It goes for 4 at the 3rd boundary.
Having said that, could they have another gully in there and attack some more? I mean, they have 8 wickets. Bosch is the only recognized batsman left now in these 2 wickets they need. Could they move another player in? And as we say that they've moved the covers into the gully position. The point fielder moves slightly out.
Well, you kind of lessen the strength of the cordon after lunch because the ball loses that movement. Short ball, well dealt with by Ethan Bosch. And so as the day progresses, you become less attacking and more defensive because the batters slot into the game. But no batter has been able to slot into the game. And your bowlers have been bowling really well. So might as well go onto the attack and have your 3 slips and a gully continuously until the foreseeable future. Janko Smith and Jansen are bowling really well here. 31 overs gone, 83 for 8.
Yes, exactly. It all depends on the game situation where you are at. And when you do have a team 8 wickets down for 80 odd runs, you would want to attack and finish the job. And they missed the trick, but let us not be hard on them. They've done pretty well so far. The good thing is they do have that extra gully fielder now for Janko Smith.
And it's Dwan Jansen. How good that height. Ooh, how good that length, that line from Janko Smith. Tristan Lees feels for it. Luckily, no feeling on the bat.
It was slightly wide. He could have left that delivery. But yet again, Dolphins batsman feeling for the ball, going for the ball. Lucky not to have edged that delivery.
Always with a defensive shot too. That's what you want with the defensive shots. You want to defend balls which are targeting your stumps. That's why you're defending your stumps. If the ball is going to be away from the line of your stumps, whether down the leg or especially in front of off stump, where it's easy to just reach and try to defend. If the ball is outside that line of the off stump, there's no need to try and defend the ball because it's not threatening your stumps. So at that moment in time, that's where you want to manipulate the bat a little bit, get into a pocket, get it for a 1, show some a little bit of intent, or rather let the ball go. But sometimes the ball are just really good because that feels like it's coming in and just slightly shaping away from Tristan Lees.
That was just a beautiful delivery from Janko Smith. Even a top order batsman couldn't have done anything with that. He might have actually edged that delivery.
It's 3 balls now that Tristan Lees has faced. 2 of them missing that outside edge rather. Goes for a vicious pull. Fast bowler versus fast bowler. Misses it completely.
Tristan Lees does have fight in him. I have seen him play attacking brand of cricket, but obviously that is at your schoolboy level. This is completely different.
So much more at stake. Dolphins undefeated, playing against a winless team. Lees gets one that jags back in from Janko Smith, is able to deal with that. And hopefully the Dolphins bowlers are taking lessons on where to bowl the ball here. The Titans have been exemplary in their areas, and so the hope is that when they do get bowled out before the end of the day, that Titans are able, or rather that the Dolphins bowlers are able to replicate what the Titans are doing and landing the ball in good areas continuously.
Having said that, seeing the last ball, Tristan Lees taking on the short ball, they've put the square leg back.
Ball nearly popping into the short mid-wicket. Keegan Peterson under the helmet. It's going to be one. Tristan Lees is off the mark. Finally, it's the end of over number 32. The Dolphins staring at a very, very big barrel with a huge bullet inside of it. 84 for 8 after winning the toss. 2027 World Cup. South Africa are co-hosts with Namibia and Zimbabwe. And so alongside the big venues in the country, new LED lights are being put on. We only have one stadium with LED lights, that's in St. George's. And so they are being put on here at Centurion, also happening at the Wanderers.
Loads of work going around the stadiums, around the country. Preparations being made for SA20 as well as the World Cup around the corner.
Some awesome renovations taking place here at SuperSport Park. The media center is absolutely to die for. It's gorgeous. The Dale room, the Ngidi room. And then on top of that, the DP World Lions also having their own renovations in their own. Even in Newlands, Cape Town was there over the weekend, putting on their floodlights up as well. That's very well renovated. Their media center looks stunning. So all the work happening across the country. And it's good to see the infrastructure being taken forward. Maybe one day we'll see more day-night test matches, hopefully.
And also we see the weather changing here in Pretoria at Centurion. The clouds are covering. It's getting darker by the minute.
And being in the Highveld, Zubair, when clouds are like this, you wouldn't be shocked to see flashes of lightning every now and then. Especially with how variable the weather is during the summer here. Down the leg. He errs a little bit here, Dwan Jansen. He was really targeting those stumps. Clips the pads of Tristan Lees on its way to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes.
An odd bad delivery by Dwan Jansen. Slipping down leg, as you said. Are you a fan of day-night test matches, Mpendulo?
In the modern world that we are in, Zubair, have to modernize the game. There's less time to enjoy the game during the day, more time to enjoy it after work. More people are working, have to make money. It's a good ball. And so people don't have to be watching it over their screens. They can come back from work. You know that you're only coming in for session number 2. Can spend a couple of hours, then go home, have a couple of drinks if you need be, enjoy good cricket on your way back from home. The atmosphere is lively. At night, the sound is more intensified, so the crack of the bat sounds harder. The vibe is much more intense. I'm a fan of day-night test matches. Probably just need to get tweaks on that pink ball to be at least as playable as possible, like the red ball, which is going to be hard to do. But in terms of the idea and getting more people into the game, that is exactly how you do it. You modernize with the times. The LED lights are on. People will see, enjoy the vibe, and let the people come watch the game at night.
Especially with South Africans being such sports fanatic. Given the time, yes, it will happen that there will be more people coming in to watch test matches.
We spoke about it earlier, just not so long ago, that when the clouds are like this, there's a chance you'll see flashes of lightning. And that's what we've just seen right now. Flashes of lightning coming from the right-hand side of your screen where you've just seen. And so it's his policy that if there's flashes of lightning, you go out for 30 minutes until it is all clear. If within those 30 minutes, stand to be corrected. If within those 30 minutes another flash happens, we reset the counter for a new 30 minutes.
Yes, it's 20 kilometers. If the lightning is within the 20 kilometer radius, then you go off, and 30 minutes is right. But at the same time, if it is opening up and you see the clouds are moving further, then we can take the field on. But in this case, if we look around, we have cloud cover all over, and we are seeing flashes of lightning all around us.
If anything, the cloud cover is intensifying a little bit. It's getting a little bit darker. And the groundsmen are actually running across now, trying to ensure that those covers get put on. And so, we will pause the play due to lightning. But after all of that, the Titans being forced to field first, the storm is coming, but the storm has been felt already by the Dolphins. Some great cricket from the Titans.
Titans would have hoped to wrap the innings up. They do have Dolphins 88 for 8, and given another 10-15 minutes, yes, they would have wrapped the innings up. They've bowled brilliantly this whole morning. If you look at the wickets, feeling for the ball, that is Kaya Zondo there. And what an excellent catch that is Junior Dalla, with extra bounce onto that one, getting Bryce Parsons.
I think the key also, it's just been the catching. It's been so good from the Titans. The bowling, the areas, probably the ball of the day. Not much Hanufal Yoon could do with that one. But after that, the catching has been good. The bowling has been really good. The Dolphins didn't know how to deal with the extra bounce to start on. And right now, they don't know how to deal with the accuracy. Just like you see from Janko Smith getting Semelane. It's a tough ordeal now for the Dolphins. And we go out for Lightning. The score is 88 for 8. Can Lightning strike 2 more times for the Titans and for them to come in for the bat? Dwan Jansen, Janko Smith, 3 wickets apiece. Junior Dala, Dayan Khalim alongside. They're all just making it happen here for the Titans. So we take a break. We'll probably see you in about 30 minutes' time. The game is paused due to lightning in the area. Check out the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. 3 other games happening across the country in Potchefstroom, 1 happening in Cape Town, and 1 happening in Pietermaritzburg.
The Bull Formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night, a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love is
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I kiss so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm racing.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula.